Noticing it's a bit chilly in here, grab a blanket if you'd like one. Okay, good morning, all. Wonderful to see you here again. Here we are on the final day of this particular Civic Assembly. There has been so much that's happened so far. There's still quite a bit more to do. Oh, we can finish the conversation over there. Just a moment. Okay, thanks. There'll be lots of discussion time here coming up shortly. And cheers to everybody, by the way, for being so invested that discussions carry on later and in the breaks, and I see people sort of chatting in every possible opportunity and working on things. Oh, that says day 4. Oops, it's day 5. This is a really exciting point, but also an anxiety-inducing point, probably. We got feedback through various sources yesterday. People were feeling overwhelmed, needed breaks. Noticed people sort of taking care of themselves, and that's always the #1 priority. Please take care of yourself. But I wanted to offer a little bit of encouragement right off the bat that this is only one step in a never-ending policy process. You're not being tasked with solving anything in 5 days. That's impossible no matter what the topic is. You're being tasked with getting one step farther. And I think you've already done an amazing job getting 3/4 of a step farther. And now is just sort of finishing those things off so they're clear and they make sense and they're prioritized and they can lead into whatever the next steps are after this. But I know that at this stage it can feel frustrating and like we're not going to get to things that are all the things or are the best things or are the clearest things. Many of the recommendations are never going to have most of their boxes filled out, and that's A-okay and 100% expected. You're not responsible for identifying exactly which organization is going to implement every single one of those recommendations. Not by a long shot. If you can identify some of the potential implementers, great. That's great. It's one step that is going to lead into many more steps in the future. And as you've seen, you are building on many steps that have come before. So, yeah, I just wanted to lead with that kind of like positive touch on this. Like, you all are doing fabulous stuff. Whatever comes out this afternoon is going to be awesome. It is already awesome. There is so much material in there. And it was a pleasure to look around and look at it last night. And way to go. And most of all, one of the things that we've gotten, feedback that we've gotten from the researchers, I think every single day of the assembly, is 100% or near 100% folks saying that they felt respected by their fellow delegates and by staff as well, but more importantly by fellow delegates. So please keep with that today. It seems like folks are really working hard together, and so thanks for that. A little note on a thing to sort of focus on today is to just keep focused on the issue. It's going to be really, and minimize distractions. And what that means most of all today is that there is a lot of material. And so being judicious about your time and picking and choosing where you spend your time is going to be very important. The moderators, my instruction to them this morning was that they are, for hopefully the benefit of the assembly, going to be pushing a little bit harder on time maybe than they have previously, just with an eye toward the number of recommendations on the wall. So if you're focused on one for a long time, they might say something and encourage you to move on. If you're using the computer for quite a while, there's going to be a lot of need for the computer. I'll talk about that in a moment, in order to get things that are currently handwritten into digitized form. That has to happen this morning. And I think that's totally possible. There are 5 computers at 5 different groups in there, but it's only possible if the computers are sort of being used for that purpose at all times by someone, and that other folks are doing editing still by hand. We'll talk more about that in a moment. But in any case, that's an encouragement. Moderators will also be watching for that, and like, hey, looks like you're kind of doing a lot of organizing here at the computer. Maybe step away from the computer, do some work, let somebody else at the computer to type up stuff that's already kind of ready to go, and come back to it in a second. So if you all can help with that as well and kind of manage to ensure that as many things get digitized that you want to be digitized as possible, because if they're not, they won't go in the final report. So this is also a moment where you all will be kind of nominating things to continue. Maybe I'll just talk a little bit more about that actually, since we're already doing it. So in these first small groups, we're going to do something else first. But in the first small groups that we have, you will be nominating things individually or as pairs to take off the wall and to bring back to your group anything from across the entire wall. And there will be 30 minutes at the beginning here. The thing that's happening before that is a walk. You'll all be able to take half an hour and see what's on the wall. And so you'll know what's there. But you'll nominate things to come off the wall and to work on them. And that says, like, we think this should probably continue on in the process. And some things may not get taken off the wall by anyone, and that's fine. That says that no one has claimed them as an important thing to move on that they're going to value with their time today. So it's sort of a natural bit of filtering that will happen. Now, you can pull things off the wall that are not yours, that you've never seen before. Doesn't matter if you're the author or not, but in any case, somebody has to sort of value it enough to help it continue, if that makes sense. So I'm doing a little bit out of order, but I meant to just sort of say that because I wanted to hopefully reduce the level of we have to do everything, we have to solve this topic today, or even that we have to do each of these things in detail today. That's not going to happen, nor is it expected to happen. It's part of this is identifying what are the most important things, and there's a few different ways that that will happen today. Any thoughts? Anybody else want to offer a little locker room speech or anything about that? I'm not naturally a football coach, so, you know. Okay, maybe later. Let me know. Okay, cool. Also, yeah, feel free to take care of yourself. If you need a break, you're going to be in the same small groups throughout a lot of this morning. So if you need a break, that's great. If you need to use a different part of the space, it's a little bit quieter, that's great. Saw some feedback from somebody, why didn't we use more of the space? Oh, that was last night, actually. Somebody said that. Totally makes sense. We have a great space here with lots of cushy chairs. Use them, that's great. Just if you can, if your group is kind of splitting up in two parts, take a recorder with you if you're splitting up that way. If you can't do that or you're working by yourself, that's okay. Okay. Right. So keeping focused on the issue and keeping sort of conscious of time and managing your time for the things that you think are absolutely most important. And to be yourself and participate fully. This is the last day. This is the last opportunity to do things in small groups, to edit things in written form, to contribute just by chatting with other people, and to later on in the day this afternoon to participate in the full group. So if you haven't spoken into the mic and you'd like to, I'll be offering everybody kind of an opportunity. You can always pass. You don't have to at all. But if you'd like to say something about a recommendation that you really support and you think should be prioritized really highly, there will be time for that this afternoon, and encourage everybody to have their voice in the room if they're willing and able. Okay. One more just reminder of kind of where we're at. Even though we're working on things that we may disagree about, and that's great. And I've heard from the mods that there's been a lot of like really healthy kind of disagreement actually, which is sometimes a problem in these processes, that people don't disagree enough. So cheers to you all. You're doing a great job clearly disagreeing constructively and respectfully, and that is rare and wonderful. So this is probably unnecessary, but just as a reminder, this is often the way that we approach issues from opposite sides. And here we're really trying to approach them from the same side, looking at the problem across from all of us. And even if we disagree, we're all looking at that problem together and trying to help each other, even with a thing that we might personally disagree with, to make it a little bit better. Okay. I think, Grace, do we have any housekeeping things? Oh, okay, maybe we'll, yeah. Any housekeeping things that you want to say at this point, or save those till this afternoon? Okay, sounds good. And just wanted to reflect on a little bit of the other feedback that we've gotten and a couple of notes for today. We're going to be doing a bunch of dot voting 2 different times today. We noticed in the first round of dot voting that a few folks, so I understand, and I would be one of these people, put their dot on the line between 2 different items. Please don't do that, because we have no way to record that. We worked it out with this one because there were there were 2 together, and we put one on this side and one on that side, and it was okay. But please don't do that today. Put them in the boxes only. You'll also see that we updated that concern about the people being able to see sort of how many dots are already there, and that potentially influencing you to think like, I'll just join the crowd and put my dot where all the rest of the dots are. New method, slight revision, is just that we have a flap covering the dots. So when you vote, look at the thing first, and then pull up the flap and place your dot, so you're not maybe quite so influenced, and have a chance to make your own decision first. All right, one more reminder: when we're in the large group here, if you can and then we'll have a lot of discussion this afternoon, so please put down your table tents flat if you can help remember that so we can keep a stack easier. And please talk into the mics. Hill had a couple comments about it being hard to hear folks in the large group here, so grab the mic and gently pull it toward you and talk pretty much right into it like this, even if you have to talk a little bit quieter so it doesn't feed back. All right, and I think that's, we got a little bit of feedback about it feeling intrusive to have people taking photographs in small groups, and we've had individual conversations with all the folks who might be doing that, and hopefully that's better today, but please do let us know, of course, with anything that feels uncomfortable, and we'll make a change. And I think Ansel, actually, do you want to say something about that, or somebody who's here?
Yeah, just real quick, I just wanted to introduce Michelle Alvarado from Wahoo Films, a local production company that's done a ton of amazing work, and Zach Boggs as well, who is here again. So they're going to be circulating around the edges of the room for the most part today, just to produce this short documentary about all the work that you guys are doing. And again, come find me if you have any questions or concerns about that. Thanks.
Thanks. Any comments, questions, uplifting stories, or or anything else? Yeah, Colleen.
Ansel, will we get emailed a link to that documentary when it's done?
Oh, for sure. Yes.
Awesome. Thanks.
Absolutely.
Fabulous. Super. Okay. The next thing that's happening here is I'm going to actually explain a couple different things, but don't worry. I'm going to try to do this. I have a tendency to do things complicated. And Stephanie, by the way, thank you so much for yesterday. Very much appreciate just the, that didn't make sense. I am not always the most organized in my head. Maybe you can appreciate that as well. But I'll do my best here and let me know if there are questions. So here's kind of the flow of the next few things, because we're not going to come back to this table for a little bit. Your moderators, I think, have a good understanding of what's happening this morning, though, as well. So do ask them or ask me. I'll be milling around if you'd like any more idea of sort of the progression here. But basically, what's about to happen is that we're going to do what's called a gallery walk in process terms, which is just a chance for you all to look at the progress made from yesterday, most of which you all haven't seen before because you only looked at a few different things in different groups yesterday. So focus on the things that you didn't see yesterday in your small groups that other groups are working on. And right now they are organized by the group number at the end of the day yesterday, so you can sort of go to the ones that you weren't in. So take a look at the ones that are in there, at all the work, both the recommendation and the other things that are below it. And did you want to jump in, Ben?
Just a quick question.
Yep.
There was 5 or 6 people that had stuff that they were still editing at the end of the day yesterday. Do we get an opportunity to throw that up there on the board beforehand, or?
Oh, great point. Yeah, if it didn't make it into one of those 5 piles up here, or I think, Alex, I grabbed yours from your spot there that you had, or the ones from your group. But yeah, if there are other ones, I know I think you had one that you were working on. Great. Yep. Grab some blue tape and put it up on the wall.
Right now?
Well, when we move in there. Yeah.
Got it.
Perfect. Yeah. Thanks much. So yeah, this is a time to take a look around, focus on the ones you didn't spend time on before, or even better. What service? And here are things that you can do during this gallery walk. Grab some stickies when you go and a pen. And as you're looking at things, if you have a comment, feedback of any kind, a question, misunderstand, this doesn't make sense, or an actual edit, don't edit directly on the page because that will get very messy. But put a note on a sticky note and paste it to the page. Another thing that you could put on a sticky note is if you see something, if you see one of those recommendations that's similar to another recommendation to the point that there might be opportunity for combining them, they all have numbers on them in the little box next to where it said recommendation, and then there was a little box next to it. Those are all numbered now. So you can refer to those. You could put a sticky note over here that says, this is very similar to recommendation 5 or rec 5. That can be it, actually, or you could explain more. Things, again, don't, it's not a necessity that things get combined. They're not going to suck votes away from each other because we're going to do voting the same way. It'll just be a list. But it is helpful and looks a lot cleaner if things that are similar can be matched together. Okay, any questions about that 30 minutes, Colleen?
There was some concern when we started small groups yesterday that because we were working individually and there were so many topics to cover, that if everybody sort of sunk their teeth into their individual recommendations, that we would miss things. And I think that that's valid. As I reflect on some of the things, I think that could have happened yesterday. If we see a gap, what do we do?
Like a potential new recommendation? Yep, create one. It's not too late. And even if it, as I said earlier, even if that new recommendation doesn't end up getting as much detail as other ones, that's okay, no problem. But yeah, create it. Yeah, Steve.
I'm looking down at the bottom of this handout that was just given to us in the first page, and there are 3 terms there that I'd like you to define.
Okay.
Supermajority, majority, and minority.
Great question. So supermajority in this process and in all of our past processes, I think, is 75% or greater. So in the panel today, we'll do a count after the first vote of how many people have voted, and then at least 3/4 of that is what's necessary in order to make it into those key recommendations. Again, that doesn't mean that things that don't meet that just disappear. But what it does mean, and thanks for bringing this up, is that the things that we're going to focus on later in the morning are going to be things that can reach that. There's going to be a little bit of a process here to focus on things that can reach 75% or greater. Things that are already there or that need a little bit of help and could get there. That's going to be the focus of a fair amount of time this morning, but don't worry, if you are a fan of something that is not in that pool, lunchtime, unfortunately today is going to be a working lunch, by the way, I'll warn for some of you, out of necessity time-wise, that if you have a recommendation that you don't think is going to meet that, and that therefore is not going to get as much attention this morning, you can work on it more over that period of time. Lunchtime is also when typos are going to be worked on. I didn't fully answer your question, Steve. So supermajority is 75%. Majority, which we're not going to use today unless we get to the very end stages and there's a word choice to decide between or something like that, and then we will use majority, is 50%, or I should say greater than 50%. And you said minority is everything else. Well, in the case of the recommendations, minority actually means below 75%. Those things will be sectioned off and still make it into the report, but not into the key recommendations that are going to be finished, that are going to be released today, and that are going to be highlighted at the top of the report. So maybe a little bit clarification about that. That mostly due to the sort of technical weight of putting all of this together and accounting for all of these votes, but also because of your all's time, the things that you are going to read to the YAB and that are going to be printed at the end of the day today and put on the website as promised immediately after the assembly are going to be only things that reach that 75% threshold or higher. The other things are not leaving, but they are going to be collected later. We'll hopefully reconvene the typo committee at a later date to do a little bit more work on those kind of things, and then put that together as part of a longer report that also includes details about the demographics and the selection process, about the way the process worked. The principles will also be in there as an appendix. All of that kind of stuff will come into a bigger report later. But your key recommendations are those ones that meet where you all have said, 3/4 of you have said you agree or strongly agree. Does that make sense? Okay. Any other? What's that? Let's get to work. All right. Enough process talk. Wow, that's been a lot this morning. Okay, super. So I think I'm going to leave the directions for the small group after. We'll take 30 minutes still. I know we're 10 minutes over, but I think this is valid. We'll sort of read the room again as usual and adjust time as we have been doing throughout the day. But let's take about 30 minutes, grab sticky notes and a pen, and head to the wall. And then directly after that, head to small groups. Actually, I forgot we have to designate small groups again. All right. How about you four here to Max? You four here to Steve? You five here to Adrian? Scott to Kathy? And Alex to Quinn. Okay. I didn't say numbers. 1, group 2, group 3, group 4, group 5. Okay. All right. Head to the wall. All right, all. Whenever you've finished taking the break that you wish and deserve, head back into small groups. You may begin to take things down off the wall again from the big breakout room, but hold on for just another moment. The small breakout room, there's still someone voting. Hey there, does anybody see a binder with my name on it? My binder is lost and wayward. All right, well, that's okay. I remember what's happening right now, I think. Just hoping I don't forget something. If everyone can come back to the U, please. And we're still missing a few folks. Let's see, do we have everybody back or still waiting for a couple folks? Okay, super. All right. Is that it? Oh, yay! Thank you, Josh. Appreciate it. Oh, thank you, Chef. um, all right, super. So, a couple of things. First of all, holy smokes, what a morning. Wow. A lot more work. Congratulations on where you've gotten right now. It's so far. It was fun tabulating some of those votes in, seeing all the things. We were kind of watching things come in as you're working on small groups, and they come into a central database. And it's so fun to see that. I want to ask a question. Actually, no, I don't have a question. I have two things to say. Nope, I don't want to ask a question. So first of all, after lunch, what's coming up next is that we are done with small group time. That it's a very sad moment in the process, really. You spend so much time in small groups. But we'll be back here at the U for the remainder of the afternoon. We will be looking at each recommendation in turn. You will be approving or not the little minor changes that the typo committee will be working on over lunch. I'll talk about that in a sec. And any other sort of egregious issues that need to be solved in the full group here. You may remember what that looks like from the principal's time. If there are issues that really need a lot of work, we will make an emergency break out into small groups if we need to. But hopefully we don't. We'll see here. If your moderators may have told you about this, but over lunch, if you didn't get finished digitizing something that you really want to be in there, first of all, yeah, if anything is not in the computer, it doesn't exist for the purposes of any part of the report. So if you'd like it to appear ever to anyone, it needs to go into the computer, into any of the small groups. They're all going to the same place. And so if there was one that you didn't work on, that didn't have a lot of support, but you still think that you would still like to work on it, this is kind of a time for minority reports, quote unquote. If you'd like to keep, which just means like more of the same, grab a computer and keep working. At the end of lunch will be the full stop, absolutely 100%, aside from what we do up here in front of the room to approve the typo committee stuff. What else do I need to say about that? Okay, so I think the typo committee is the last thing here, which is a thing that I've been teasing for a while, so you didn't have to worry about those kind of things. The typo committee will be working in the same documents that you've been working in, but they'll be looking at every single one of those 5 documents from the 5 groups. And this is a lot to do over a lunch period, so please, whoever is selected here for this, give them priority and let them go get lunch first and go grab a computer to work together. We may also do 2 different typo committees to be able to split up the work a little bit. We'll see how many people volunteer here who are really detail-oriented. Up on screen, can we get screen on this one? You'll see that the typo committee's role is to conduct a final review, make sure everything is clear and readable, and to spell out any abbreviations or acronyms or things that can be confusing, check for consistency, and most of all, just spelling and grammar, punctuation. But importantly, the typo committee cannot make any word changes, even a single word that would change the meaning or substance of any part of the statement. They're really just looking for clarity, nothing related to substance. A would to a should can make a big, big difference in terms of substance, but there may be a way to switch a sentence back and forth so it's just more clear and doesn't change the meaning at all. You will have a moderator in your group, or if we have 2 groups, just to kind of, once again, kind of just check, hey, make sure that's not a substance change, although you've been doing this a lot. After the typo committee has done its work, it'll report back afterwards, back to the whole group here, and a list of proposed changes will go to the full assembly. We'll go through every proposal here. So in your small groups, Lauren will show you how to do this, but you'll use the comment feature in order to note which ones you've made a change for. If you used Google Docs, edit straight in where the thing is, exactly, just start editing, don't track changes or anything, just edit right in there, but then click the cell, create a comment, and make a tiny little note for yourself, because you're gonna have to tell the group, hey, we added a period here and we did this and that. Okay, so that said, are there any super detail-oriented, absolute sticklers for proofreading who would like to volunteer for this vaunted and a round of applause? Okay, yay, thank you. We have Stephanie, we have Max, we have Bill, we have Noah, Sharon, and Alexa. That's enough, I think, to split into 2 groups. Yay, hooray. Okay, so if you would take the 2 tables in that room, and those are your tables, split into 2 groups of 3 or whatever that is, as you wish. Oh, get food first. Yes, sorry. If those members can get up and get food first, fantastic, everyone, let them go first. And if the rest of you, if you'd like to work on other, things still during the break, just use the computers that are in this room instead, or the one up here. Okay, thanks much, and we'll take an extended lunch because I've kept you 5 minutes late. So come back at 1:05. Good afternoon, everyone. Thanks so much for coming back. Hope that was a lovely lunch. And let's see. Okay, cool. Awesome. We're going to jump back in here. This is going to be in the full group. First of all, I guess anybody have any thoughts, questions, comments, anything coming out of lunch here want to address? Okay, super. All right. So just as a reminder, what's coming up here, we're going to do a report out of every single recommendation in the list. And as we do that, we're going to do a check from the typo committee. So these are kind of going to happen at the same time. And we're going to go pretty quickly here through these. Is the typo committee back? I think pretty much everybody's back, right? Okay, super, that's great. And Whitney, could I get help with a stack up here as well? And let's just get one more thing to get set up here. Aha, that one. Yep. Okay, what if I zoom in a little bit? Folks see that? Is that readable back there? One more zoom level maybe? There we go, how about that? Better? Okay, all right, super. So we're gonna go through these. We're gonna hear from the typo committee first. As they've made notes about their changes. And I think, super. All right, cool. Getting situated here for the long haul, so. Okay. So we're going to look at what the typo committee did, but this is also a time to note everything else that's happened with this. And we're going to move through these pretty quickly. And yeah, so please speak up if you see anything that feels really wrong, feels like something got completely lost, egregious errors or other things to fix. I think, when we did this last time with principals, it went pretty quickly, and I think that can be, can feel kind of like intimidating to jump in. So, there's a balance here. Yes, we need to move fairly quickly, but also please do jump in if something feels really uncomfortable. I will support you. All right, so let's start off with recommendations here. I'll do a bunch of reading. Maybe I'll hand it off to somebody eventually. And mods, if you wanted to help read at some point, that'd be great. And Lauren, do you want to say sort of what the typo committee did for that one? Or maybe someone from the typo committee should do that. Now, I think it'll take too long, probably. Oh, no, that's all right. Let's do it that way. Let's have somebody from each committee come up here to just answer any questions. Would somebody from one of each of the groups volunteer themselves? Thinking on my feet here. And by the way, big thank you to the typo committee for taking lunch to do this. Oh my gosh! And they spent until just a couple of minutes ago, so that was a long haul. Awesome. Okay, cool. Do you mind being on live stream or do you care? Okay, all right, super. Then how about take this seat up here? All right, getting organized over here. Great, great, great. Thanks for your patience. Appreciate it. All the computers flying around everywhere. Okay, awesome. So I'll read the text. You talk about what you changed, and then we'll see if it's good, and then we'll go on to the next one. All right, recommendation 19. Give non-governmental organizations the ability to be flexible with how they spend their funds. Flexibility in areas not directly related to housing, including personnel, non-personnel, and administration with increased transparency. Rationale, reducing restrictions on funding will allow agencies the freedom to spend funds as they deem to be effective.
So in the section on starting with the recommendation headline itself, we changed the word flexibility to flexible to fit grammatically, and we expanded NGOs, we spelled it out. Next down, in the rationale, we removed a second copy of the word to and added in the word deem because we felt it fit the meaning.
Okay, super. Any issues with this one? Yep. Please use the mic if you would.
Non-governmental organizations, those should no longer have any capital letters.
No capital letters in non-governmental organizations. Any objections to that? Okay, fantastic. Make that change.
And then the
Wonderful.
other thing, I think, just from my work, I'm used to agencies referring to government bodies, and nonprofits are usually called organizations. I don't know if that's like a universal thing, but that's my experience.
Do you have a suggested edits? Edit? We'll only take edits.
You could change agencies to organizations to match what's in the headline.
Okay, any objections to that suggestion? Okay, great, let's do that. Fantastic, next one. Recommendation 6, provide education on houselessness and human trafficking, starting as early in the education process as school districts deem appropriate and feasible throughout Deschutes County.
So we added some commas and periods. Yes, so we added some commas and periods for pacing. We've removed the S from the word schools and added districts because we felt districts fit the authority of the recommendation.
It looks like it is a comma after trafficking there, just a little hard to see, yeah. Any issues with those changes or anything else here?
Not with the changes, but should houselessness be homelessness?
Yes, from there we have a proposal changing houselessness to homelessness. Any objections to that amendment? Please do feel free to speak up if you have any objections to any of these things. Okay, I don't see any, so let's make that change. Okay, recommendation 4, prioritize funding for inpatient psychiatric care for minors. Deschutes County to prioritize funding and seek healthcare partners such as St. Charles and Mosaic Medical to provide local access to inpatient psychiatric care for minors. There is no inpatient psychiatric care for minors in Oregon.
So for the recommendation and the more details, I believe we just added periods and commas for pacing. But on the rationale, we felt that the word no is a little bit strong here, but we knew it wasn't our place to change it.
That's fair, thanks for that. Would anyone like to make an amendment to that?
I mean, it was mine, so we can put a modifier in there. There is no inpatient psychiatric care for minors in Central Oregon other than a few beds in the hospital emergency room.
Other than a few beds in the hospital emergency room is one amendment. I see Alex.
I guess to kind of clean that up, you could just say limited instead of no.
Just limited, all right. That's another suggestion. Steve? Little or no. I think Ben first, and I'll come to you, Ben. Or sorry, Bill. Bill first, and I'll go to Ben. Nope. Okay, Ben?
Insufficient capacity.
Insufficient capacity. Stephanie, sort of make note of these. I'm going to come back to you to maybe make a final determination between these for where we go to. Judy?
There is a lack of inpatient psychiatric care for minor in Central Oregon. It's a lack of.
Lack of, insufficient. We've heard a number of these. Stephanie, would you like to make a final proposal?
Lack of.
Lack of. Can folks live with lack of as a final? Margaret? Oh, yes, you can. Okay, great. No, we don't need to vote. I should have asked, are there any objections to lack of as an amendment here? Thank you. Thank you. No, fair enough. Okay, lack of it is. High five. High five. Okay, 46. Create another civic assembly in the future dedicated to housing affordability, to the housing affordability crisis. The housing affordability crisis is the core of not only youth homelessness, but a host of other issues in the community, and if not addressed, can render other efforts moot.
So we added the phrasing "in the future" to the recommendation, just to clarify that it's not like a civic assembly starting tomorrow. And we added some commas and some periods to the more details for pacing. Someone used the word hose. I think they meant the word host, so we changed that. And then there were typos in the word and addressed.
Okay, any objections to those changes or anything else here? Okay. And Whitney, do we have Whitney back? If she could be here doing a stack and just watching out for hands doing stack. Thanks. All right, I'm not seeing the changes appear on my screen here when you're doing them. We're in the same document, aren't we? Shall I refresh? Okay. All right, let's get reconnected here so we make sure we capture these. The internet here, as you may have noticed, sort of cuts off every couple hours. And it appeared. Fantastic. Yay. Okay, super. Wonderful. Onward we go. I think we were on 46. Was that right, the last one? No, we just finished 46. Okay, great. Recommendation 44, reform requirements for social services to ease recipients into living without them. Oh, let me Reform requirements for social service to ease recipients into living without them when they stop qualifying, i.e. a bridge program. When someone's income increases or their circumstances change for the better, they sometimes lose access to some social services, which makes them worse off overall, discouraging upward mobility.
So the only thing we changed here in more detail is IE is an abbreviation, so we added periods.
Okay, any objections to this one in any way? Okay, onward we go. Recommendation 30. Go. Education requirements in school districts to include mandatory financial literacy and critical thinking education courses, options to partner in senior year with finance sector for credit options, prepare the child for the road, not the road for the child, lowering standards, Senate Bill 744, doesn't improve overall community health in short or long term. This is a preventative measure piece that helps support what we kept hearing from the foster care system. Young adults are not prepared and do not have the necessary life skills, especially if they are lacking the family support to provide these transitional buffers.
So in the headline, we just added a period to the end. And then in more details, we expanded the abbreviation for senior and changed a typo in the word options.
Any objections with this one in any way?
I don't have any objections, but correct me if I'm wrong, are there double spaces after the periods?
There are double spaces after the periods. Would you like to suggest doing away with that? Kathy?
Should there be a capital in the rationale of prepare? Should there be a capital P?
Okay, I hear two proposals, remove the double space and make a capital P. Any others or any objections? Okay, fantastic. Go for it.
Lynn.
Yep. Yeah.
I guess a period after the second child.
After not the road for the child,
Yes.
period. Okay, makes sense. Any objections, Margaret?
Double spacing is actually standard on legal documents, so that may be why that was entered, but that's very standard on legal documents.
True, yeah, double spacing is standard on legal documents.
Two spaces after the period. I'm
Right.
sorry.
Bill?
The final line, necessary life skills, semicolon, especially with a lowercase e.
Do not have the necessary life skills, semicolon. I'm going to take that one first. Any objections to that? Alexa?
Comma, not semicolon.
Comma. Okay, comma there. Any objections there? That's a comma instead after life skills. Had a little disagreement on space or double space. Typo committee. Do you want to resolve that?
I guess for consistency, probably single spacing.
Okay, consistency. Any objections to consistency, single space? Okay, any other objections? Alexa?
Foster care doesn't need to be capitalized.
No capitals on foster care. Any objections? Okay, any other details here?
I think peace is redundant.
Are you suggesting removing that? Remove the word peace from preventative measure here. Any objections to that? This is the preventative measure that helps support, etc. Okay, no objections. Anything else? Colleen.
This is the preventative measure piece that helps support what we kept hearing from the foster care system or about the foster care system?
So is your proposal to change the from to about?
Yeah, we didn't hear from anybody really from the foster care system.
Okay, we're
Except
suggesting.
with just the kids. Yeah, but they weren't actually representing the foster care system. So I would say it would be about the foster care system.
Okay, changing from to about here. Any objections?
From those that came through the foster care system?
Amendment there, friendly amendment, sounds like, from those that came through the foster care system. Any objections to that? Eve?
Those who.
Those who. Okay, those who came through the foster care system. Any objections? Keep adding on the, okay, we're through several amendments. Better and better, great. Okay, go for it. Yeah, that's great. I think that sounds good. Any further things here? Yes, those who came through the foster care system, I believe is the final version of that. Okay, great. Okay, all right, onward we go, I think. Recommendation 32, ban the use of rental algorithms, RealPage, Yardi in pricing of housing units. Increase accessibility of safe, affordable homes is preventative in policy. Already being pursued on federal level and supported by 34 plus or minus states. This would reinforce renters' protections against predatory housing policies, forcing families into homeless and reducing accessibility/safety.
So we replaced the word increase with increasing.
Objections? Go for it.
I just noticed families into homelessness.
Sorry, where is that? Families into homelessness. Okay, great. Thank you.
Are those algorithm, I forgot who brought it up, are those algorithm software programs, are those the only two, RealPage and Yardi? There's more. So maybe you should say like RealPage and Yardi, or yeah. 'cause
Okay, let me capture those two really fast. So we're changing homeless to homelessness. And the proposal, any objections to that? Okay, let's go ahead and do that. And algorithms, and in parentheses, like.
Such as
RealPage.
RealPage and Yardi.
And
No
Yardi.
period there, yeah.
No, it's a comma there. So such as RealPage and Yardi. Any objections to that? Okay, fantastic.
I do
And-
have one thing to add.
One more, yeah, go for it.
I don't know if it was a common reoccurrence that you guys were putting periods after the end of these, but should we be following that as well?
Yeah, that's something I started trying to make consistent towards the end of the committee.
Cool.
Okay, would you like to propose that kind of as a blanket throughout here whenever we see that?
Sure.
Folks agree to that? Okay, so I guess add periods wherever they're necessary. Fair? Oh yeah, Max.
Add the before pricing.
In the pricing of housing units, okay? I don't see any objections to that, so let's go ahead and do that. And any others to this one? Alexa.
Some kind of article before federal already being pursued on the federal level.
On Colleen? Oh, sorry, I thought you were putting your thing up. Margaret?
On the federal level?
The federal level. At the federal level. It's a new suggestion, Colleen.
I think we now need a comma after Yardi.
Got it. And I think actually those were meant to remain in parentheses, such as. We
Or
didn't
keep them
change
in
that.
parentheses, yeah.
That didn't such as,
such
RealPage and
as,
Yardi were still remain in parentheses. And just fewer changes here. On the federal level, I think that was, any objections to that, Catherine?
Oh, I guess I just wanted to point out, so algorithms, comma, parentheses, such as RealPage and Yardi, comma, parentheses.
Okay. Do you want to take that back, or there's some discussion at the table here? Okay, all right. I'm hearing some other disagreement with that suggestion. Okay, all right. So let's keep it as just how it was, which was just such as RealPage and Yardi in parentheses. And the other one was on the federal level. Let's make that change as well. I think we're good to go there. Any others to this one? Bill?
If it's going to be printed as we see it, I think the 34 plus / underscore, maybe saying over 30.
Suggestion to change that to over 30. Any objections to that? Ben?
That was a bit of information I had off the top of my head. I couldn't remember the precise number. I knew it was approximately 34, but I couldn't remember if it was more or less. And so that's where that came up there, so, yeah.
Would it be clearer then to take away the plus minus and put by about 34 states?
By about or approximately. I mean, I think by about, I think reads better.
By about, I'm hearing suggestion, seems like that's accepted by Ben, by about 34 states instead of the plus or minus. Any objections? Okay, we can go ahead with that. And any more here? I think I'm just, this is a thing just because I can see it on the small screen here. I think there's 2 spaces between the sentences. Would you like to consistently do that throughout?
Yes, please.
Okay. Cool. So we'll remove the 1 space there. Okay, fabulous. Onward we go, I think. Okay. Recommendation 26, reform local housing policy to serve local community members and foster sustainable growth for all. Examples, taxes on second or more properties, tax on corporate-owned properties, allow for the creation of tenants' unions, promote rent-to-own programs, restructure incentives to serve residents over developers.
We just removed the word the and to.
Any objections in here?
Tenants needs a apostrophe after the S.
Okay, tenant apostrophe after the S and tenants. See that? Any objections? Not seeing any. Bill?
Don't know what the solution is, but second or more seems like it could be ironed out by Alexa.
Tossing one across the table. Alexa, do you want to take that toss?
Please feel free to throw in whatever. I couldn't figure out how I wanted to phrase that myself, so have at it.
Or additional?
Taxes on second or additional properties. I heard that that's good out there. Any objections to that? Second or additional properties. Okay, let's make that change. Anything else here? Alexa.
Rent hyphen to hyphen own.
Rent hyphen to hyphen own. Seeing nods. Okay, let's make that change. Eve, sorry.
On that note, also corporate hyphen owned.
Corporate hyphen owned. Objections, nods. Okay, let's make that change. And the others. Ben.
Is there perhaps another way to say personally owned? Because I threw the word corporate in there, and I'm like, it was a placeholder for me, because what I was trying to describe was homes that are not owned by a private individual for personal habitation. So if anybody's got a suggestion on how to rephrase that, I'm open to it.
Non-owner occupied.
Non-owner occupied is a suggestion. Judy says that's not, I don't think that's the intent. Ben?
It kind of is, but I mean, it was mine, so I can kind of speak to the intent. That's kind of what I was trying to do. I was trying to target properties that are owned by, venture capital investors, things of that nature that are trying to turn a profit. That they own the property solely to profit seek as a asset rather than as a commodity, like something that they live in. I think it captures it. Yeah.
Okay.
I'm good with non-owner occupied.
Non-owner occupied. Okay, let's make that change. And any more here? Okay, moving on. 48, expand public transit in Deschutes County. Public transportation services help homeless youth.
We've replaced countywide with Deschutes County. And we fixed a typo in the word help and added it to the word services. And then we removed the word especially.
Okay. Any objections here? Okay, onward. Blanks here. Oh, that may be the end. Okay, fabulous. Haha. Group one. Group one is done. Okay, group two. Let me get my Zoom correct here. Recommendation 25, develop more multi-generational housing solutions for... I'm sorry, thank you very much. Recommendation 59, vocational school. Currently there are very few and they are hard to get into or specifically for adjudicated youth. Many kids, especially homeless, are not college bound. They need job skills that can transfer to strong wages to help them transition out of homelessness and maintain it.
When I was running through, I didn't see any major changes, but I am seeing now that there's a mistyping in homelessness.
Okay. Many kids, especially homelessness, are not college bound?
Mistype.
Sorry, a mistyping down here in homelessness. It's just missing the E in the third to last word. All right, I think we can reliably fix a spelling suggestion. Quinn?
For the first, currently there are very few and they are hard to get into or specifically for adjudicated youth. I think that needs to kind of be revised. Currently there are very few and they are hard to get into, comma, specifically for adjudicated youth.
Let's go, Catherine.
Maybe a revision. Currently, there are very few, period. Those available are hard to get into or.
Quinn, thoughts on that? Amendment to an amendment?
I mean, yeah, but I was just trying to keep it kind of as concise as it was, not to.
I'm wondering if that changes the meaning, because I read it as the vocational schools that do exist are for adjudicated youth, not non-adjudicated youth, and we need some that are for non-adjudicated youth. Who wrote this one? Was it? How did you mean it?
Like that. There are, and let me explain where it came from, so maybe that'll help us frame it. There is right now one school in Bend and one high school, regular high school in Bend, and one in Redmond that have vocational programs, but it's difficult for anybody to get into those. And then the others that exist that are solely vocational are for adjudicated youth, including the one at J Bar J.
So, or are, insert the word are, or are specifically for adjudicated youth.
Okay.
So I think that I agree with Quinn that currently there are very few, probably a comma, and they are hard to get into or specifically for adjudicated youth. Does that read correctly? Or they are for adjudicated youth. Thank you, Max. Yeah, I'd like that.
Did I capture that
So
right there on
comma
screen?
yeah, okay, cool.
Comma there after few,
Thank you.
or they are specifically, all right? Author, sounds good. Ben, or Bill, sorry. Sorry, Ben.
They are designated specifically for adjudicated youth.
They're designated specifically. Original author says that like that. Any objections to that? Steve?
After school, I would add and/or programs.
School and or programs in the headline. Okay, let's resolve this first. So, or they are designated for, no, designated specifically for adjudicated youth. Does that track right? Okay. And I think your proposal, Steve, was up here in the headline, vocational school and or programs. Do you accept that amendment? Others? Okay. Okay. Any others on this one? Okay, onward. Oh, yep.
One more, over here. Should we continue the plural with schools and or programs?
Oh.
So one's not singular and one's plural. Oh, thank you.
Schools. Okay. Eve.
Yeah, I think the rationale, we could do many kids, comma, especially if they are homeless, comma, are not college bound, would flow better.
Does that capture it? Especially if they are homeless, comma. Objections? Alexa?
So there's inconsistent capitalization. If we want to have recommendation headline to be in title case, then we should do that throughout. Or if we want it to be in sentence case, we should do that throughout.
Typo committee, do you have a recommendation on that we can apply throughout?
From my understanding, in titles, words like and or don't need to be capitalized, but I would leave that up to the group.
I think you're also talking about the title case, i.e. schools and programs, because some of them in the other document, every word isn't capitalized. Is that right, Alexa? Sorry, I don't want to put words in your mouth.
I guess whatever's consistent, making it all capital.
Okay. Over here in group one, let's see what this was. These are not title case. They're all lowercase, sentence form. In the other groups, let's see, let's just check. They're all sentences. Group two may be the only one that is using title case there. Oh,
Yeah, okay. Let's go ahead and make it sentence case.
sentence case. Maybe, Lauren, when you get reconnected again, could you go through and look at that? Okay. Sentence case, yeah, great. Doing great. Okay, super sentence case. So we've got the things that are consistently being changed throughout are, because we can do that after this, periods, spaces, sentence case, max.
More broadly, would we like the recommendation headlines to be full sentences? Because currently they are not.
I'm going to suggest that that might be too much of a change to try to make throughout right now, given the time. Not to be tough about it, but okay. And okay. And this one, 57, we're on this one, right? 57, vocational/educational boarding school, housing, family/group environment, supervised vocational training or access to services that help kids stay in school, resource hub complete with life skills training opportunities, access to health services. Covers a lot of bases for teens and young adults, give kids choices, autonomy, and a future.
I didn't see any major changes here, but I believe it could be combined with the previous one.
Suggestion to combine with the previous one. And how would you combine that?
I'm not quite sure. I would probably need a moment to like reconfigure the sentences.
Yeah.
Are we talking combining the two, 57 and 59?
Yes.
Completely. I feel like that should probably be spun off into a small group, because that's you're talking about substantive changes. So the author plus, a few other people.
I think that feels like a fair point, Ben, and I think again on time, I think I'm going to reserve that unless we feel really, really strongly that that needs to happen, to advise that we avoid that if possible.
I think we're fine.
Okay. All right. Again, ones that are similar are not necessarily they're not going to take votes away from each other or anything like that. Eve, did you have your hand up still? Yep.
This might be just for the grammar nerds out there, but we have been using the Oxford comma, where there's a comma after each segment. So there would be one after autonomy if we were to keep that consistent.
The great Oxford comma.
I love me an Oxford comma.
More support for the Oxford comma, all right. Is that something that we can agree to make consistent throughout? Nods, thumbs up. Okay, Oxford comma lives. Wow. Oh my. Max? Expand and, not an ampersand. Okay, is that a consistent change we can make throughout as well? Okay, and to ampersand. Okay, or ampersand to and, I'm sorry. Alexa?
That was it.
Okay, that was it? Great. No sweat. I've made a note of the things. We can do this during the next section. Okay. I'll keep doing it over here on this side. Okay, next one here. 21. Direct Deschutes County and Coordinated Homeless Response Office to dedicate funding to partner with JBAR-J and other nonprofits to educate the general public about youth homeless and prevention. Community awareness leads to more resources.
So everywhere throughout the documents that I could, I wrote out the proper name for JBAR-J, which is, it has the spaces between the words.
Okay. Any others for this one? Kathy?
Does awareness need to be capitalized in the rationale?
Lowercase awareness, same. Objections, great. Make that change.
For youth, homeless, and prevention, I don't think those need to be capitalized.
No capitals up here. Good there. Okay. Making that change. Yeah, Steve.
Change nonprofits to non-governmental organizations or other private enterprise. I don't know how you want to phrase it, but there are things that are beyond nonprofits. So non-governmental organizations.
Non-governmental organizations there. I'm seeing some nods. Okay, make that Eve.
I think it's supposed to be youth homelessness and prevention at the end there. And then if we want to get rid of that ampersand and spell it out again, just for consistency.
All right, we'll do that throughout. The ampersand is on the correct throughout list, so we're good on that. Does this look all right? Okay, Max.
Could we add a the after the first and?
And the up here. Okay. Any other ampersand down below in the next one? Right, we'll catch all of those later on. I won't do those just here because we've got them on the universal list here. Any others for 21? Okay, moving on. Recommendation 35, balance building workforce and affordable housing. Again, we'll deal with the ampersand with a 25% affordable / workforce to market rate ratio, reduce tax incentives to fair market rate housing that enriches high net worth owners, builders, and corporations.
I believe that someone used, the word ration instead of ratio, so we fixed that. And then I wasn't sure if market rate would have a hyphen in it.
Okay, that one change, market rate with a hyphen in it. I'm seeing a nod, a no. Okay, a nod. Seeing more nods than no's. Okay, maybe I'll put a hyphen there. And any others? I'm quick and dirty here, but you know.
In that one that you're on right now, that line, the Oxford comma and the and.
Yep.
This is really fun, by the way.
Yeah, totally. We don't have to mention those. We'll do those throughout. Oxford comma, all those period, spaces, sentence case, Oxford commas, and ands are all good throughout. Judy.
I have a question. Should it be developers instead of builders? And I just throw it out there because either one's fine with me.
Developers instead of builders. Seeing a nod.
Or, okay,
Added.
both, yeah.
Both. An addition of developers in here. Any objections to that proposal? Still not updating over here, so I'll just keep doing it over here. Okay. Any more to that one? Sorry, I hadn't moved on. Okay. Recommendation 7, provide permanent and dedicated funding to JBAR-J. The goal is to provide youth homeless services and prevention, including administrative, staff, and marketing funding. JBAR-J is a successful umbrella organization in our area.
We added spaces to JBAR-J for consistency. We added commas for pacing, and that's it.
Okay, super. Again, we'll catch the ampersand. Any here? Okay, onward we go. Recommendation 37, improve foster care system. The foster care system needs to provide resources for those exiting the foster care system for housing, jobs training, and education. Youth run from the system. There is not help with transitioning out of the system as they age out. There is currently no access to life skills and training within the system. The lawsuit settlement from Wyatt v. Kotek in federal district court is intended to improve the system. Ben. Oh, sorry, typo committee.
Weird. So we added a comma after jobs training, the Oxford comma, and then down in the rationale, we removed the S from youths and lowercase life skills.
So,
I think Ben was on the stack first. Let's go, Ben.
I'm noticing that there's a space between the dash and there on the second bullet point, but then there isn't on the other two, and it just made me realize that we might not be consistent throughout the document on that. So do we want to pick right now if we're going to be doing a space or no space?
Okay, yeah, sure. Typo committee, space or no space?
No space.
No space. Any objections? No space. Dash plus no space. We'll do that throughout. Fantastic. All right, and any others on this one? Judy, I'm sorry.
Youth run from the system sounded strange to me, so I was wondering if it could be like youth exits the system without the resources they need. I don't know what youth runs from the system. Or they avoid the system? Or youth avoid the system, either one.
Okay, I see youth avoid the system. I see Steve.
We had in mind when we drafted this that kids actually flee from the system. They're placed and they literally escape from the placement.
Oh, you mean run away, like escape? Okay, okay. So,
Would you like to make a different proposal? Flee, I heard the word flee.
how about run away then? Run away or avoid?
And you might want to say literally instead of figuratively to make it clear, like we're talking literally run away.
Right.
Literally run away, run away. Steve, maybe back to you. What would you like? Run away. Literally run away or literally run away? Does that work? Okay, I see Max.
Replace the second "for" in more detail with "to access."
Here, to access housing. Okay, any objections there? Okay, I'm just noticing, I don't know if this is visible from back there, there's 2 periods at the end here. I guess we're authorized to do periods, so do that one here. Okay, any more here? Great. Recommendation 42, redefine the DHS objective of reunification of families with the goal of incorporating the voice of the youth affected. Youth should be allowed to have input about their futures, and that input should be prioritized. Family reunification is not always in the best interest of the child.
So I didn't get a chance to work on this particular one, but I'm noticing that the word redefine is misspelled to start with.
Spelling there.
I think
others
the
here?
word affected too, is that right? Or is it affected? Anyone? Alexa?
I wasn't sure about that one.
Do we get a leave it as is or change? Leave it as is. Okay. Max?
Could we expand DHS?
Thank you.
Expand DHS. Can somebody tell me what the expansion is?
Department of Human Services? Yeah.
Should we say Oregon Department of Human Services?
Oregon Department
Oregon
of Human
Depart-
Services. Is that correct? Okay. All right. Any others in this one? Okay. Fantastic. Recommendation. Thanks for doing this, by the way, even though let me know if I miss something. Recommendation 25, develop more multi-generational housing solutions for combined elderly, family, and youth housing needs, open more facilities like Bridge Meadows / facilitate geographic expansion of existing program throughout Deschutes County. Includes high-quality affordable housing for families, fills a primary gap in local needs, and single young adults who don't have the transitional life skills but could have the community support here to do so. Bridge Meadows model meets needs of local housing gaps for foster care students aging out of the program, existing foster care youth experiencing the shortfalls of the program, houseless family needs we've heard about from J. Diversifies support to expand on shortages in Granny's house, includes the background check requirements discussed, current local construction partners already involved, Hayden Homes, provides multi-generational solutions, global research on happiness and life longevity, proven concept, local, uses power of community to help heal from trauma or of foster care through work, trade, and mentorship opportunities. DHS is already in cooperation with Bridge Meadows, explore alternative referral options outside of DHS referral requirement. Can we fund through DHS fund diversion, contact Hayden Homes, who they partnered with for Redmond branch, or grants possibly. Reach out to Bridge Meadows for info as noted on website, provides proof of concept resources and partnership plan to develop. Reach out to the Center for Aging for insights in housing access for larger units at local senior housing facilities. Are there also opportunities to offer short-term housing gap solutions through work trade options? Refer to successful Dutch programs as well. Steve.
Change Deschutes County either to Central Oregon or 3 Central Oregon counties.
Central Oregon, is that in the Deschutes County up in the top here?
Yeah. In other words, it should apply to all of Central Oregon one way.
Oh, sorry, typo comments. Well, let's deal with that. I'm sorry, my bad. Thank you very much. Any, do you want to go? Okay, let's go to you first, please.
I'm not quite sure. I know Bill and Max were working on this for most of the time that we were in lunch.
Right.
This is, you know, no offense to the original author, but this is very muddled, and I'm not quite sure, you know, how best to make it more concise.
Okay, we probably don't have time to do much work on it here, but any changes that anybody wants to put together, Catherine, and we'll come back to you,
Well,
Steve.
really easy change. Families doesn't have to be capitalized. We were spitballing while I was listening to someone and trying to type, so there are a combination of thoughts, and we were trying to get it in by 12:06. So there's obviously a lot of opportunity. We were kind of spitballing, and it's very open to a lot of revision. Maybe bullet points for some of the ideas is a better idea of how other people approached this on theirs with details. So
I think I'm going to have to, might be too many changes. Judy.
I do think it needs to be the whole thing re-looked at. It's just way over. We can't even suggest changes because it's too little bit.
There's quite a lot there. Let me hit Steve's change just one more time because we had a
I
specific
just wanted to
suggestion there.
expand it to include, change Deschutes County to either Central Oregon or Central Oregon counties.
and I agree with that too, because Jefferson County could benefit from this greatly as well.
Okay, good there. Any objections?
Tri-county, maybe.
What's that?
Possibly tri-county was suggested. And so.
Tri-county preferred. Okay, I'm going to...
Specifically tri-county area.
Okay. Where's that, sorry? Parents?
Did you say parents?
In which section? This one here. This one. Oh, the parentheses. Oh, okay. You'd like to take out the parentheses. Is that all right? Bill?
I want to reiterate what Judy said. I think it's not worth spending time in this group. We need to workshop it in a small group.
I think we don't have time for that, but Alexa?
Multi-generational is either going to be hyphenated or not both.
Okay. Is it all right to take the hyphens for these kind of hyphenated words into our kind of, do that throughout one? Okay, we'll add that to our list here. Thanks. And...
Could I also suggest that maybe just like from meets needs of local housing and all of that could be put down in the rationale area? I don't know if meets needs of local housing
here.
For foster care youth, not
okay.
students.
Got it. So this, from this here down, throw that down in rationale instead.
Yes.
Okay, that's a simple enough thing, I think, to do here. Is that all right? I know you don't want to edit this thing, and you've spent a lot of work on it. Compromises here. That?
And also expanding DHS to be consistent.
DHS for abbreviations. Okay, fantastic. I'll hand this list over to Lauren for after this when you get internet back. Okay, that's, I think I'm going to limit heading out into small groups unless there's truly a really serious content-related emergency. Otherwise, let's keep powering through here. And even though some may be a little bit long, wordy, et cetera, if the content is not, in dire need, then let's carry on. In the meantime, group 2, yay! Okay, recommendation 10, develop programs to help 18-year-olds transition out of the foster care system, teach life skills in form of available resources, assist with finding housing, Incorporate work trade options. Reduces likelihood of being homeless for 18+ age bracket.
So group 3 and onwards, we split with the other typo committee. So I'm not quite sure here what the changes were. It looks like they added hyphens to 18-year-olds. And then
Maybe do you want to switch off with somebody else who was in that group that worked on these and beyond? Does somebody want to speak? You can stay at your seat as well, actually. Speak to any of these? Yeah, you can stay there if you want, or come up here. Yeah. Okay, super.
Yeah, it looks like, yeah, we just added a period there. And yeah, what change did I make there? Oh, I inserted the word being, just to clarify.
Likeliness of being homeless. All right, any objections here? What's that? You can make what? Great. Bill.
I believe work trade is not hyphenated, but slashed.
Work/trade options.
It's not a phrase.
Okay, got that. We can make that change, thanks. And recommendation 20 more. Alexa.
Sorry, for the first instance of 18, I would use numerals.
18 in, it is in, in 18-year-olds up here. Okay, to consistent. All right, objections? Great, let's do it. All right, any more? Okay, great. Recommendation 24, allow fan advocates to give hotspots and/or internet access to families with students to provide funding for this. Students can use the internet. Colleen, did you have a hand? Sorry.
Oh, I was just going to say FAN.
FAN, spell out.
Should be Family Access Network.
Family Access Network, right? Make that change. And to provide funding for this. Students can use the internet to do their homework and access services available through the internet. Students will have equal access and be more likely to stay in school. Collaborate with internet provider companies. Stephanie.
Without looking, oh, there it is. Yeah, I did add a lot of periods throughout these.
Period.
Yeah.
Okay. Catherine. Yep, go for it.
I know that we've moved on, but is incorporating work in trade options more kind of in line? I don't know who wrote. Work in trade seems to be a common term, but I don't know.
Work in,
I don't know if I understand
IN?
works. Yeah, never mind.
Never mind, taking that back. Okay, all right. Any more on 24, Alexa?
I guess it's a question. Is provider companies? It seems a little weird to me, but I'm not sure. Well, right. But isn't it providers or internet? Yeah.
Is there a suggestion there?
Just internet providers.
Internet providers. All right, let's go ahead with that. Any more? Okay. Recommendation 34, increase lobbying participation for funding from all members of the community. The goal, increase, I think, community involvement in political affairs, the democratic process, and policy lobbying process. People's needs are undermined by the needs of corporations. More civic assemblies.
I don't think I actually did this one. But I'm seeing increase, yeah, right there. It's a typo.
Typo on increase. Make that. Okay. Margaret. Increase. We've got increase as a typo. Good there. Catherine?
Is the more details section like a different font than everything else, or is that just me?
It won't show up like that, though.
Okay.
Don't sweat it. It's all getting moved into into a template. Okay, super. All right. Any more on that one? Sorry, I moved on already. Good. Okay. Recommendation 40, allow youth to enroll themselves in school without the involvement of their parents and without the need for documentation. Some homeless youth want to attend school and/or access services through school, but can't because they can't list an address.
We added a period, a couple periods.
Okay, super. Objections there? Okay, move on to Yep.
There needs to be a way for the school to contact students. And this was a concern, I don't provide a PO box or something so that even if you don't have an email address or something like that, or a street address, there has to be a way to keep in contact with a kid.
And can you provide a specific change if you'd like to make one?
I don't have.
Somebody in the group might. Okay, would anyone like to respond to that?
I think that was a different recommendation. We included that in another recommendation.
That's included in another recommendation, sounds like. All right, fantastic. All right, any more to this one? Okay, moving on. 54, don't require an address to access any government services. Homeless youth often can't list an address. See the idea of a services hub. Services could go through fan advocates or, and we've got, I think I'll put down fan as something that we can spell out, fair, advocates or McKinney-Vento liaisons, or through government buildings, e.g. the post office. Stephanie, or whoever worked on this?
Looks like I added a period and another one. Made two sentences into one. Yeah, that last sentence was two originally.
Okay, Alex, I see you. Alex?
It seems to me that those 54 and the one above it are both related to addresses and benefits. So you can combine the two by saying, don't require an address to access or to access school or government services.
And then, let's go to Bill first. Bill?
Lift existing requirement for an address or of an address.
Lift existing requirement for an address. We've got government or school here. Not sure how to combine these exactly because there's a lot of other material there as well. Do you want to, yeah, Adrian, go for it.
I think I'm the author of both of those, and I object to merging them because the first one actually doesn't have anything to do with addresses.
Okay, an objection to merging there. I think that probably solidifies that then. Okay, anything else on these ones? Max?
In the implementation notes, just the first "or" could be changed to a comma.
First "or" to a comma here. Okay, objections? Okay, let's make that change. And all good? Okay. All good. Recommendation 31, social media marketing reaching mothers and families, letting them know they can access resources without jeopardizing their families.
We wrote out the word without.
How come?
Okay. Judy?
How come it says mothers? What about fathers? I mean, I don't know. Parents. How about parents? Or just
Parents.
families? Guardians?
Okay.
Social media marketing reaching guardians. No, that wouldn't work.
Caregivers, guardians, families. Alex?
Yeah, I think it's been said, but I think you could just remove mothers and it would just be social marketing reaching families.
Okay, Ben?
I think caregivers might be, I think caregivers might be better because family is sort of a loaded term. So whereas caregiver is just broadly covering the category of people that care for children, family or not.
Okay, I'm seeing some nodded heads around here and thumbs up from people that have any objections to caregiver. Okay, caregiver. Caregivers, sorry. Okay, moving on here. 55, implement a one-child policy. If parents without the means or will to properly take care of their children have less children, there will be less of a youth homelessness problem. Also consider a mere incentive for a one-child policy rather than a mandate.
I edited the word homeless to homelessness.
Okay, anything else here? Alexa.
Fewer, not less.
Fewer, not less. All right. Any more objections here? Okay. Create a government mechanism / process / service which would allow the homeless to quickly get a government ID and or birth certificate and or social security card. Access to ID documentation has been cited as a major barrier to access government services and participate in society, especially for homeless youth. Security spelling thing there, okay, fair enough. Let's take care of that. Anything else? Ben.
Access to ID and or other official documents or official documentation, because the ID / documentation, I don't know, it's rubbing me the wrong way and I don't know why.
And or official document.
And or.
And or documentation?
Yeah.
Okay, just an and or instead of the /. All right. Alexa.
Rewriting out ID.
ID to.
Question. Identification?
Identification. Eve?
Technically, which should be that.
Which to that, up in the top one. Got it. Yeah, replace which with that. Fair. Okay, sounds good. Any more? And I will say, just for time's sake, anything that is a reminder that anything that we can live with is, let's live with it. By all means, continue to make changes before this goes out into the world. Support that for sure. Okay. All right, onward. 41, limited / temporary war with another country to boost the economy. War is an effective temporary measure to improve the economy and provide opportunities for social mobility and entry-level jobs.
I just noticed maybe add, oh no, there are periods at the end. I didn't see that.
Okay, all right, moving on. That's group 3. Okay. Group 4, recommendation 22. Provide specific or specified training for adults. Oh, font size. Make it bigger. Specified training for adults who interact with unhoused youth to help with identification of youth in need. This training would be focused on parents, school faculty, officers, DHS staff, and others. This trains those who are most in contact with unhoused youth. This is a good way to educate the public. Anything in there that we, yep.
Yeah, it looks like I rewrote that. Deleted a comma, inserted the word provide, capitalized the word this, added a period, capitalized, oh, I changed J bar J to do the way Noah.
Okay, super. All right, any other objections there? Okay. Recommendation 1, schools to follow up on students intentionally who are protected under the McKinney-Vento Act. If student is, looks like it needs a wrap. Student is not present in school for 10 days. Follow-up should be on a case-by-case basis. A school district policy that automatically drops McKinney-Vento students after 10 days of non-attendance with no regard for the causes of the absences, the impact of homelessness, or interventions to support attendance is a serious violation of the McKinney-Vento Act. I see a double space there that we'll fix on our list here. Anything else? Max.
Just a sort of factual objection. I think non-attendance should be changed somehow to mention unexcused absences specifically.
Unexcused absences, and
That's addressed though, with no regard for the causes of the absences, isn't it?
Max, do you want to jump on the mic again?
Yeah, so I don't know the exact wording of this, but it's unexcused absence. It should not be non-attendance.
Sorry, can you clarify the change that we're making there? Of unexcused absence instead of non-attendance. I'm sorry, I understand now. Got it, okay. Objections? I see head nods. Unexcused absence. All right. Cool. Anything else here? High fives happening. Wonderful. Margaret's high five yourself. Awesome. All right, 18, establish consistent funding for and establish a program akin to an expanded case manager program as currently implemented at JBAR-J. Establish/increase the number of case managers so that each homeless youth has a dedicated manager, and establish consistent funding to do so. Many youth are not aware of all the services that they are eligible for. In some cases, even if they know, there are barriers to access, e.g. bureaucracy, complicated applications. Having a dedicated case manager would give the youth a first contact for concerns and help them receive the services they can. Funding, permanent, to come from county or city, estimated 25 managers needed to cover all homeless youth in Tri-County area, including those that are not associated with JBAR-J. Estimated costs of $125,000 per manager. JBAR-J has a current program that can be used as a model for training, but the managers do not need to be associated with JBAR-J. Typo committee?
Oh, sorry.
Oh, I just noticed that bureaucracy and estimated down here as well are misspelled.
Okay, respelling bureaucracy and estimated. Caught
Can
that.
we take off "they can" at the end of receive the services?
Services they can, just to help them receive the services, period. In here in the, in the rationale. Any objections there? Okay, let's make that change. Anything else here? Okay, and got bureaucracy there. I think we're good. Onward we go. 17, allow overrule of the 10-day drop rule. Allow school staff to overrule the 10-day drop rule on a case-by-case basis. Objections?
Personally, I feel like this folds into the other one we just went over.
So we went over the whole thing about how this was like others, but it also got the most votes when we voted initially, so decided to put it in separately just because of that. I think I talked with you, Lynn, about that. But
my memory.
I also saw that there needs to be consistency with the hyphens. In that one.
Consistency with hyphens. It's on our list here. And
on the 10-day drop rule.
10-day drop rule, hyphens there. Okay. And Ben?
Oh, and on McKinney-Vento. McKinney-Vento.
McKinney-Vento. Okay. So those. And, sorry, so you're saying keep them separate because they were sort of, okay, I'm inclined to keep things separate unless if there's already been work that's been done that's sort of decided that. Any further objections? Okay, all right. I think that gets us to the end of group 4. Hooray! Oh my. Okay, one more. Since you're sitting here, and would you like to read a little bit?
Yeah, sure I
can.
can.
Fantastic. Usually the authors or the groups that worked on things would read things. I've just been doing this for time's sake, but please, that'd be great for my voice.
That's totally good. Okay, recommendation number 36. Implement more awareness, request more funding, and market more advertisements for the already existing food pantries and programs that allow for more self-sufficiency. Make sure to include basic life necessities such as school supplies, toiletries, and menstrual products. Increasing funding will allow for more accessibility for homeless youth. Benefits already existing programs, Kids Kitchen, Family Kitchen, Fresh to You, and the Mobile Food Pantry.
Okay.
Capitalized benefits.
Self-sufficiency misspelled, capitalized
Increasing.
benefits down here and increasing to make those consistent, okay? Space after toiletries, and after the comma, up here, toiletries, comma, space, okay. I think Lauren's got it. Now it seems to be syncing over there, so. Okay. Anything else here? Ben?
It doesn't seem to me that one can, quote, implement awareness, and so I think that we need to use a different word there, and I'm not sure what implement programs that raise awareness.
Programs that raise awareness. You can nod. Yeah. Okay. Implement programs that raise awareness. Fantastic. Anything else here? All right.
Recommendation number 15, childcare support for families with young children to help break the cycle of poverty. Creating a co-op and using COCC, RPA, and high school students who are studying early childhood education. Parents can't go to work if they leave their small children. Engage community and community assets, contacting school early childhood education directors, churches, and city officials.
All right, any objections here? Kathy?
Maybe change the acronyms in the more detail, COCC.
Okay, break out the acronyms just in general, add that to our list here.
I don't think high school students should be capitalized.
No capitals on high school students. Or early childhood education. Objections? Oh, did I catch everybody? Ben? I'm sorry.
Parents can't go to work if they can't leave their small children somewhere safe, because, yeah, unattended, yeah, that's kind of, you see what I'm saying? Yeah, so parents can't go to work if they can't leave their small children somewhere safe.
Somewhere safe on the end of that sentence. Amendment there, any objections to that? Somewhere safe, all right, let's do it. Oh, we're so close. Just want to take a deep breath really fast. We will have a break immediately after this, by the way. We've got to fix a little technical thing in the voting before we do that. Okay. Next one.
Recommendation number 3, a central hub that would have the following: a rec center that would be run by Bend Parks and Recreation, a safe space for at-risk teens, designated space for programs and nonprofits that would allow teens to access benefits at one central location. This would increase availability of resources and foster awareness and involvement with the community. Bend Parks and Recreation has an extensive volunteer corps, and that would be a huge resource to tap into.
Okay. Typo committee, want to make any comments here? Alexa? Allow has a typo.
And availability.
Availability, benefits, awareness.
Involvement. I don't think that needs an N.
Involvement. Okay, some typos in there. Ben?
There's a double period after community, and involvement with the community, period. Yeah.
Double period spotted.
I would maybe expand rec to recreation.
Rec to recreation, all right. Okay, any others here? Seeing involvement still in the next one as a typo in more detail. Anything else? Sorry, Alexa. Thanks.
I'm wondering about nonprofits, since there was that one change to non-governmental organizations.
Seeing, all right, should we do that perhaps again? Okay, nonprofits to non-governmental organizations. Judy.
Instead of huge, can we say that would be a feasible resource to tap into?
Feasible resource to tap into. Nods, Bill?
Extensive volunteer corps, that would be a huge resource. Skip the comma and.
Your core, no comma, no an and there in the end of that. Okay, got that. Feasible, did we get that in there? would be a feasible resource instead of huge. Was that right, Judy?
Yeah, I think huge is like a weird word, and they have a funding stream that's extreme. Like they have such a large funding stream, more than the city of Bend, probably even more than the county. So it's actually feasible that they would be able to do this.
Okay, I heard an objection over here to that, Alex.
Yeah, so huge was in reference to the amount of volunteers that they have. So that feasible would kind of change the meaning of that. Yeah, valuable. That'd be a valuable
as a
resource.
suggestion.
That'd be a good one.
Okay, seeing agreement around that. Let's go valuable. All right. All right, any more on this one? Okay.
Recommendation number 52, use social media ads and posters in public spaces to increase public awareness of available services and would indicate who to contact for more information. Public awareness is lacking.
Okay, and typo committee.
It looks like they capitalized the word uses, corrected spelling of the word social, and added who instead of people, and capitalized the word public. I would also say, just off the bat here, maybe expanding ads to advertisements.
Okay. All right, any others here? Does that sound? Don't quite understand uses, says Bill.
Should it be utilizes? Use?
Utilize? Use, just use. Use social media. Okay, I'm hearing use a little bit more. Catherine?
I don't know how anyone else feels, but is would necessary, or does it flow more to eliminate that word?
Eliminate that word. I'm hearing thumbs up. Okay, eliminate the word would. All right. Oh, gosh. All right, I'm hearing any objections? All right. Oh, any more? Oh my goodness. Hey! High five, everyone. Oh, wow, way to go. That was, oh my gosh, the amount of recommendations, the amount of content, the speed with which you went through that. Thank you so much for bearing with. Is there cake? The expectation of cake has been, Matt, I don't think there's any cake tonight. Okay, fantastic. We do need a moment to fix a technical thing, but I want to offer everyone a break first. Let's take a 10-minute break, if we can. Come back here to the U in 10. Thanks.
All right, delegates, if I can have everybody return to the U, we're going to begin another exercise. So help yourselves to the lemon bars, but we'll have you make your way back to the U here for some open discussion. All right, folks, we're gearing up for our next section here. So everyone who would like to participate in open discussion, I'll have you take your seats. So hopefully our faces look familiar by now. Moderators, Jenny and Ryan, we're going to be serving as interim moderators for this next discussion. So I'm going to introduce Ryan here, who will explain the purpose of this opportunity.
Okay, thanks everyone. Welcome back. Before we have a discussion, why don't we just take a couple deep breaths? Because I think that was a lot of brain power we exuded. So big inhale and exhale. Big inhale and exhale. One more time. Inhale and exhale. Okay. So we're going to have a discussion now, but to give you some context, after this discussion, we're going to go into a final round of voting. So this final round of voting will be used to help set where the priorities sit in relation to one another. So this activity is an opportunity for you all to advocate for different recommendations. If there are recommendations you feel strongly should be represented highly, you want them to receive a supermajority, now's your chance to advocate for why you think those recommendations are important. If you have questions about any particular recommendation, now's an opportunity to ask questions about why a recommendation was made. So that's what we're going to be doing for the next little bit, is just having a discussion to prepare us for voting. So it's your time, it's your open space. So if anyone wants to get the ball rolling, we're just going to have a back and forth for a little bit before the vote begins. So does anyone want to advocate or make comments about recommendations? Yeah, Max.
First of all, could we see a list of recommendations again? They're distributed. Perfect. Thank you.
So we'll see if there are any more lists of recommendations out there. If not, maybe you can space them out and share. Okay. So are there any comments about specific recommendations anyone would like to make?
I have a question about the ones that received a negative vote. Are those going to be included on the final report or no?
So you're going to be voting on them. You're going to be voting on all the recommendations that we just went through in the editing process.
One thing that was pointed out by one of the speakers before would be a very good idea for us to break down on what entities the recommendation will go before. So, for instance, is this going to go to the City of Bend? Is it going to go to Deschutes County Commissioners? Is it going to go to the broader Tri-County or the school board, etc.? I think that would be a pretty important part of our decision making, just because it'll allow you to make a decision based on, is this within our scope? If it's something that's affecting the federal government, obviously, that's just going to take up space and doesn't really need to be on anything, because Deschutes County isn't going to have any real impact on the federal government unless we plan on declaring war with, I don't know, the valley.
If I might comment, I don't know how, we discussed this morning, supermajority, majority, and minority recommendations. I'm not sure how many supermajority recommendations we're going to have, but if there are a great number of them, then I think they're going to just get lost in their meaning. I'm hoping that we can come up with maybe 5 or 10 out of that group of 40 to go to the public and to the government officials. And also, we need to really specify where we want to get this thing published. Are we going to get it into the Bend Bulletin? Are we going to get it onto television stations? And will there be a spokesman from this group who will do so?
So I'd like to advocate for the childcare system. Sue and I worked on that a bit together, and we thought of it a little bit late. So I feel like it came up late to the table, and it might be off some people's radar. But I want to sort of refresh everyone's memory about the fact that most of the youth we spoke to grew up homeless. They came from families that were homeless, and parents cannot go to work if they have young kids. And so I feel like that we need to seriously consider that generational component to the homelessness and the fact that we need to address families with really young children. And we're sort of hoping that the child care support, which is definitely lacking based on the people we talked to yesterday, really would like to support that more.
Margaret, did you have something that you wanted to add to that?
Not to that.
Or a separate recommendation?
It's a separate recommendation.
Go ahead.
Well, actually, I have two. My understanding about who this information is going to be delivered to will be a meeting, November 7th meeting to COIC and the Youth Action Board. So that is my understanding about who it's going to be presented to. The part of it that I'd like to advocate is definitely established funding for J-Bar-J. From everything we've learned this week, it's clear to me that they really have the great majority of ability and knowledge in the community to address the needs of homeless youth, and I think that's really kind of the most important thing.
So before anyone responds to Margaret's recommendation, I want to make sure that those who have raised their tents didn't have anything to add to what Colleen had previously said. And if so, please feel free to add that at this time, and then we can move forward with that recommendation. Go ahead.
I just want to second what Colleen had to say, just because my girlfriend and I are trying to raise 2 small children here, 7 and 4, and childcare is obscenely, and I mean obscenely, like if you don't have small kids, it doesn't quite equate to you. It's a second mortgage. For both of them, it's $1,800 a month. For 2 kids, it's $1,800 a month, and one of them is in school already, so that's after school care. We're not there, he's not even there all day. That's just full day care for one, half day, after school care for the other. And that was the cheapest deal we could find, and they just raised prices 25%. So we're trying to figure out how we're gonna make that work. So, and I make more than a lot of people do, and we're still struggling. And so, like, if we're struggling and we're doing pretty well, compared to the average, then anybody that's average or below is just underwater. So I think that the vitality of that cannot be overstated.
And Alex, did you have something to add to Colleen's recommendation?
I did not.
Max? So, Catherine, did you have something on that point before we move back to Margaret?
Yeah, I think that what I've been gathering on the intergenerational issue of homelessness, I really love what I've seen as proof of concepts, studied worldwide as far as life longevity and happiness with intergenerational solutions, and that can help two sectors that are experiencing homelessness in our society, with the elderly as well as the youth, and how that can also provide child care solutions in addition to some of the other things we explore today. So I'd really like to emphasize the importance of that as a feasible long-term solution.
Thank you. And then before moving on to new recommendations, was anyone with their card up responding to Margaret's comments? Okay, so we'll move in order here. Alex, go ahead.
Yeah, I'd like to advocate for the central hub. I wrote a little bit into this, and I think a couple others were looped into it. I think it would be a huge resource for the community. One of the reasons why I wanted to get Ben Parks and Rec involved with it is, one, they have an enormous resource pool. For those who have been in the community for a long time, they might know. Some of you guys might not know. Ben Parks and Rec has its own funding that can't be touched by anything else. They get a portion of, they don't share with like the roads or other parts of the local government. They get their own funds from taxes. So they have a lot of resources. They have the land and the space, the ability, and I think it's something that they would be pretty open to, considering they're already a community-based organization. So that was kind of my big reason behind that. And it was one of the things that some of the people presenting said they really wish they had, was a central location. So if somebody went to J Bar J and they were like, hey, you know what, we don't really have the resources for you. You need to go, across town 4 miles, and then that person has to walk or take a bus. Instead of that, they can say, hey, we don't have the resources for you, but across the hallway or right next door to me is somebody from, X program, and their program would help you out a lot, and then that would just kind of streamline the process and get everybody together.
Thank you. And any comments for Alex before we move on to Max? Benjamin, was that in response to Alex? Go ahead.
First of all, I know you're tired of hearing from me. Sorry about that. But I think that Alex has a really great point, and I just want to add that housing as many services as we can under the same roof not only increases accessibility, but it increases visibility insofar as perhaps duplication of services, so the services can be used more efficiently, so we're spending less dollars to get more effect.
Thank you for those comments. Max, go ahead.
I would like to personally advocate for recommendation number 46, which is create another civic assembly dedicated to the housing affordability crisis, because it does seem to me like housing affordability is the upstream cause of a lot of the issue of homelessness in our community, and I do not think we were given an adequate amount of time, just straightforwardly, to address that side of the issue. And maybe this goes specifically towards the confluence of youth and adult homelessness, but housing is an incredibly important issue in our community, and I believe this process is incredibly valuable and will get to solutions. So having another process like this on the subject of housing could be a very amazing way to address what I see as the most important problem facing our community.
Who has feedback for Max? I saw Alex has his tent up. Go ahead, Alex.
I was just going to say I agree 100%. I don't know, as somebody who grew up in this town, as a local, I would love to be a part of that. And the issue is far more complex than to just write down on a recommendation. I 100% agree.
All right, Stephanie.
I wanted to advocate for the ad campaign between the county and J-Bar-J. Eliza told me that she literally asked for money for this ad campaign a year ago and was denied, and she thinks there would be a lot of value in it, and I know that we all thought that she seemed to know what she was talking about and be doing a really good job, so just wanted to let you know all that.
Any questions, responses, feedback? Okay. Do you have your hand, Bill?
So when we get to the voting, I imagine there's going to be a number of them that have J-Bar-J in the text. And I want to make sure that one particular one about that, which is to provide permanent and dedicated funding to J-Bar-J. This is based on Eliza's presentation and individual, when we had the small groups to talk with her. It's also all of the YAB presenters said that without J-Bar-J, they wouldn't be sitting where they were talking to us. So the important thing about it is it's a request for permanent dedicated funding, which means something other than the 1 or 2 year funding that they've been receiving. So I hope you'll prioritize that.
Benjamin?
I agree, and I just want to say I really agree with that notion, and I think it really helps that because we have like I think 4 or 5 of these things that center around J-Bar-J, that we should rally around the one that is the most efficacious, and of all of them, because of the way that's phrased, it gives them the broadest mandate possible, and so it seems to me it gives them the greatest latitude to do what they need to do, which seems to me to be of all the organizations, they've been the most efficacious from the sounds of it. So let's throw our support behind that.
So I see a couple of folks that have raised their tens. Could you raise your hand if you want to contribute to this discussion on this recommendation? Okay, so let's have Ken and then Margaret.
Yeah, I agree with that completely. We need to combine those 3 or 4 together into just the one, because it'll cover it all.
Alex, maybe you can answer this. I guess part of my hope, my advocation for this permanent funding for J-Bar-J is if it's funded specifically to them, will there be restrictions like there are on some funding? I mean, you know, you were saying that the Parks and Recs has their own funding. Does that mean they don't have any restrictions included in the funding? Do you know that?
As far as how they spend their money, by my understanding, it's in-house. So they have their directors, and they make decisions based on what they want to do.
So it's up to them, and there's no restrictions in the funding that's given?
I don't believe so, but I'm not exactly an expert in that.
And that would be interesting to know, because they are really the ones who know how that money needs to be spent. And so I guess I'm hoping that that's part of that sustained funding.
So I saw Judy and then Max and Ben.
I just have a question on number 17, not to advocate for or against, but it received the most amount of votes, and I don't know if the author pulled that because it's blank on my sheet.
That was me. That was the 10-day drop rule, and when we saw that it got the most votes and hadn't been added, I added it at that time, so we will have a chance to vote on it.
I would like to say on specifically the J bar J, the one that Bill was mentioning is number 7. So coalesce around number 7, please.
With regard to public funding, there generally are two sources of funding. One is tax revenue, and the other is bond revenue. Bonds are usually proposed to the public, they're voted on by the public, and the bond specifies, in general terms at least, what the money is to be used for. General tax revenue is simply general tax revenue, and the public agency that gets the money can choose how they spend it, subject to state statute and city ordinance.
Thank you. Ben?
To answer your question, Margaret, regarding the level of control, I happen to know somebody that works at Neighbor Impact and has explained to me kind of how that process works. If they're grant funded, that grant specifies what funds they can use and how. And so there is a portion of JBAR-J's funding that I know that just because it's grant funded is tightly controlled like that. So the idea of giving them a permanent and separate revenue source from that would give them that latitude implicitly, unless it's, as he said, a bond measure where it's stipulated.
Okay, go to Sue.
I'd just like to add that I'd like to see the permanent and dedicated funding extend to, as much as JBAR is lovely, but there's other organizations within the Deschutes County that unfortunately weren't represented here. So I'd kind of like to open that up a bit. Thanks.
All right, folks, we are nearing the end of this portion of the process. Were there any more burning recommendations that anyone wanted to share with your fellow delegates before we call it a wrap for this discussion and phase into voting? Go ahead, Brenda.
So 30 years ago, I was already living paycheck to paycheck, and then my car broke down, and it made it very hard for me to get my child to daycare and to get to my work, so I lost my job, and it led me to deeper poverty. So I'm just recommending that maybe we get the schools that are teaching mechanics to maybe help people that their cars break down and they have to get to work. So that's all I'm saying, is that we can open that up a little bit. It would help several people, I'm sure.
All right, anybody else? Okay, thank you so much for your valuable reflections, your contributions to this discussion. That is a wrap for this portion of today. And I'm going to pass it off to Lynn here, who is going to introduce the next steps. Thank you very much.
Hey, thanks, Jenny. Thanks, Ron. Appreciate you both. Woo! They just stepped in here last minute because we had a technical issue which has been solved. Ah, thank goodness, technology. Thank you, thank you. So we're ready to vote. The new versions of all of these, freshly minted with all of their typo changes, have been printed. They are on the wall in, I believe, just the big room. Is that right, Grace? Everything is in the big room here. You will find dots on a table in that room, sort of near the back wall. Grab some dots, spread out, and vote. Same voting as always, 1 dot per person per recommendation. Please vote for everything as before. Please vote on everything. You can abstain if you want. That'll just count as 0 points when it's scored, but please do vote for everything if you are able. Strongly agree, somewhat agree, neutral, or disagree. We're just waiting for a couple more people to finish voting, and then we'll come back to the U. Feel free to get a drink, though, in the meantime, if you need to. All right, I think everyone's back, if I'm not mistaken. Fantastic. Um, we're in the closing pieces of the assembly. I'm both happy and sad to say. And one of the first closing pieces is from Grace as a recognition of your service here on the assembly.
Just huge thanks to each of you for making the time to do this. This is a big commitment of your energy and your mental bandwidth and your 2 Saturdays, 2 Sundays, and a Friday in there. So thank you so much for all that you've given to this process. I have a certificate for each of you. Here's one for Adrian. And Alex. Alexa. You can get one. There you go. And Benjamin. And Bill. There you are. Brenda. Colleen. And Cricket. And Doug. Eve. And Judy. Catherine. Kathy. Ken. And Margaret. Max. Quinn. Sharon. Stephanie. Steve. And Sue. Everybody got one? Thank you all so much. You did a great job.
Thanks, Grace. Really appreciate it. One of the other last pieces here is a moment for you all to say whatever you'd like to each other. Sorry. This is always the part that is my favorite and makes, the many, many months that we've worked on these projects, the best. Margaret?
I just want to thank the organizers of this for giving us all this opportunity to start this process. It must have been a huge amount of work, and so thank you, all of you.
Thank you, Margaret. I appreciate that very much. You are very welcome. By the way, actually, this is a good moment to let you know that you should take all of your stuff with you if you'd like, and also the flowers. I believe there's one claim on a jar of flowers already, and that's Brenda, but the rest are unclaimed as far as I know, so please do take a jar of flowers. And yeah, with that, we haven't done a go around in the full group. Maybe at any point, Alex, sorry, did you have a thing to say? Okay, all right. But we're going to go around an opportunity for every person to say whatever you'd like to each other or to the outside world who may be listening or watching later. We know that a number of folks have been watching a lot of this. Yeah, you can say whatever you'd like. Anything you'd like. Let's aim for about 1 minute per person or so. And would anyone like to volunteer to? Oh, and I should say you can. Yeah, we'll go all the way around. We'll go all the way around, and you can always pass though. No shame in passing whatsoever, at all. Anyone like to go first? Did I see a hand? Judy, take it away.
Thank you. I'd like to echo your comments and thank all of you for organizing this. You did a wonderful job. And I'm very impressed and I appreciate the fact that this is a bottom-up approach versus a top-down approach. And really engaging the community in solving these issues is hugely important. So I appreciate you giving us the opportunity to do that. Thank you.
Judy, how about we move to the right to Colleen?
I just want to say thank you to all of my fellow delegates. I have been so impressed with your intelligence, your compassion, your passion, and just your bravery. There's been a lot of sharing that has happened that didn't have to happen to really help drive home some points that really needed to be made. And people came in every day, just heads full, overwhelmed, but so up in it that I am super proud to be part of this community. So thank you.
I guess what most impressed me is the cordiality and amiability of this group. Considering what our politics seem to look like in this country right now, It's amazing how well this group got along with each other.
Yes, I echo all of that, and I'd also specifically like to thank the staff for the adaptability, changing plans according to our needs. So I appreciate that. Thank you.
I'm really glad to see lots of young people here in this group because I'm impressed how you were able to get a cross-section of people, different kind of, lives and ages and thoughts and everything, and so that, this can be continued for other applications. Thank you.
I guess the words running through my head right now are gratitude and hope. I was really scared coming into this process that I was going to be walking into a room full of people diametrically opposed to the things that I believe in. And to echo some of the other points made, like the cordiality and the ability for this community to come together and really push a political mission is inspiring. And I hope that we can continue building on this in the future.
I don't speak up very often, but I want you to know it's been an incredible pleasure to be with all of you at this assembly, and I'm blown away by everybody's knowledge, and especially one young man, Max, the youngest of us, who is an incredible young man.
Thanks to the organizers for going above and beyond with food and office supplies.
Well, thank you to the organizers and staff for walking us through what I thought was perhaps an impossible task over these past 5 days. But you've facilitated our being able to make all of this progress. And I am, yes, impressed with all of my fellow delegates. Everybody is dedicated and sincere and taking things really seriously, and I appreciate all of your effort.
Yeah, it was a real pleasure meeting you guys. I've really enjoyed these 5 days working with you guys. Real pleasure. Thank you.
I just wanted to express my gratitude for being part of such a amazing opportunity and something you don't get to do almost ever.
I just hope that all of that work that we have done will really make a difference in Deschutes County, and I'm really grateful for you all. Thank you.
I just want to echo the facts. I just want to thank the organizers and the staff for all your kindness, and I think we've done a great job, and it's been so much fun getting to know all of you. I'm just going to say good job.
I want to say that this is way more work than I imagined, and I go home and sleep like a log all night long. So don't think it hasn't been fun, because it hasn't.
Yeah, I kind of want to echo what Doug said. I'm sure I can speak for most of everybody. I didn't know what to expect when coming and filling out that survey at the very beginning of all of this, but I'm really grateful that I got to be a part of this and got to meet everybody, so thank you all.
Yeah, I think I'd just like to echo that. I'm very grateful for this opportunity. I think, me personally, in my group of friends, we'd sit down, we'd talk about things. At the end of it, it'd be like, man, you know what? I should probably try to get involved in my local community and politics. And then I go to sleep and I wake up, and the next day, and the next weekend, we'd hang out again together. When I got that letter in the mail, it was almost like, man, all right, well, this is it. I'm going to do this now. It was that, there's that push that I needed. And for me personally, I feel like these should continue, and I would love to be a part of them. And I'm going to try to hold myself accountable and make sure I start following through with some of these recommendations that we've made and actually get more involved in the local communities, because I feel like that's really important for us as residents of this area.
Oh dear. I just want to say thank you to everybody. It's the first time in my life I've ever felt that my voice mattered. And I've never felt more passionate about anything in my life as I do about this subject. So thank you all. And I'm going to need a napkin to blow my nose.
Brenda and I and a few others of us got on as alternates, and as for me, I'm so glad that I did. It was not as hard as it could have been because of all of you, all of your wisdom and your hard work. Just impressed me over and over, and it was about 1,000 times more fun than I thought it would be. So thank you.
I know I'm a lot, so thank you. So thank you for putting up with me, and I hope that my sincere effort in all this was to be supportive and uplifting and not displacing. And so thank you for understanding as I try to navigate that, because this is something I'm super passionate about, and I just want to do as much good as I can. And sometimes, I don't do the best job of it, but thank you for being patient with me and working, and just, we've come together and done something great here. I don't think it can be overstated, and I share Alex's desire for more of this, and not just for that, but I feel like, this can be an opportunity for continued relationships amongst one another. So, I hope that that comes out of this too, because, this is a room full of great people that I would have never met otherwise, because I work from home. I wouldn't have met any of you, but I'm glad I did. Each and every one of you has been a special addition to my life.
Well, originally I was going to abstain from saying anything, especially because I get pretty emotional at these points as well. And hearing all of you you've really echoed so much that I couldn't put into words myself. I definitely came into this process a skeptic, so thanks for giving me hope.
Yeah, I would just also like to extend my thanks for everyone involved in this process, for the delegates, for the staff, for the organizers, and I'd also love to extend my thanks to the people who came in and provided us with the information necessary to come up with good, solid policy recommendations.
I spend most of my days in solitude, happily in the ceramic studio, but this has been a reminder of how important it is to be with people and to have conversations, disagreements, agreements, and just generally sharing with each other. Much has been said in general about the organizers, but let's give Lynn a very special round.
Oh, geez. Thank you very much. That's wonderful. I'd like to invite the staff to come up here in front at the moment and say anything that you would like. And we've got 10 minutes. That went a little faster than I expected. So I think feel free to participate as well, everybody.
Hey everyone, I just want to say thanks for getting to be a part of this amazing process. You've been wonderful to work with. I've been mostly behind the scenes. I feel like I didn't get to meet and get to know you as well as I would have liked because I was doing so much printing. Hope you enjoyed all that paper that I gave you that I buried you under. The binder is full. Then my job is done. Anyway, thank you all.
I'm back there tearing up too. I'm really touched by all of you, really touched by the team. It's definitely an honor to see this come to life and be a part of it. And I think the one thing that I try to remember and that I hope to leave you with is that you are a random and representative group of people, and you found this connection and this capability for respect and discussion and grace with each other, and you can do it with every single other person in the community too. And it just gets bigger from here.
Thanks again. You've all been wonderful to work with, and I just wanted to thank you especially for sharing your life experiences. That we are more than what we know. We are also, we have a lot that we've experienced, and you've touched us with your stories and your wisdom in many ways. Also wanted to thank Josh Burgess very much for your work, putting so much local energy into this and bringing people together. And our moderating team, who can say words if they'd like to, but I want to bring you all, come on, all of you, come. We ended up with a great team. Thank you so much for supporting us all through this process.
It was a real honor to be able to be part of this process. The only thing I'll add is I so admired your vulnerability, your willingness to share very intimate details with strangers and have that contribute to these discussions was really inspiring. And your ability to respect what people had to say to you and honor their stories. So this was an incredibly inspiring experience, and I want to thank all of the delegates for how you showed up these 5 days.
Man, what to add to already such incredible words that have been shared. So I'll be brief, but I truly am just so touched to have had the opportunity to get to know each and every one of you and support you in the best ways that I could through this process. So thank you for sharing just your hearts with everybody here and allowing me to just do anything that I could to, facilitate you doing the hard work. So thank you so much to all of you.
I was tearing up in the back of the room as you guys were speaking, so how dare you, first of all. Second, I'd like to thank you all for the people who were in my small groups, the people who weren't. I love talking to each and every one of you. As a student who goes to this campus, seeing you guys in this space, I think it's just the perfect image. I'll forever imagine this space with all of you in it every time I'm on campus now.
I just wanted to say it was such a pleasure getting to meet you guys and be in this space with you guys. And I'm leaving this with a lot of hope for Deschutes County for the future and really inspired by you guys taking the time. I know time is very precious, and I really appreciate you guys showing up and participating. Thank you.
Hey, Margaret. Yeah, this was really fun, interesting process for me to be a part of. I really hope I get to do something like this again in the future. It was very eye-opening for me, and I think you guys are all awesome. I know I didn't have personal conversations with all of you, but a lot of you, and you're all wonderful people.
You delegates said pretty much everything best. The only thing I'll add is that healthy disagreement isn't dead. It's alive and well, and that in and of itself is very inspiring takeaway from all of this. So believe it and keep on doing it.
Thanks, Mods. One more note here from Ansel, your friendly press liaison.
Yeah, just really briefly, I'm really grateful to have been a part of this and proud to be an American at the, because I don't know, like this is amazing. We got the flag flying out here, and sometimes it's difficult to be proud of some of the things going on, and so I feel really proud to have been a part of this, and yeah, proud to be American today. So put that out there.
Okay, so I've got a couple of things that I need to get to, so bear with me. First, the Central Oregon Civic Action Project. Our vision is of a more thriving and vibrant community where everyone can have a seat at the table in building our shared future together. And you have all proven just how possible that is over the past 5 days. Actually, before that, since you got a weird thing in the mail and decided to actually answer the call. And we can't overvalue that. I'd also like to say that it's not just, the Central Oregon Civic Action Project is a partnership, as I mentioned at the beginning, and Democracy Next with Claudia, who you heard from at the very beginning, and Ansel, and their team has been instrumental in this. Healthy Democracy, maybe one more round of applause from them, because they are fantastic. OSU Cascades has played so many different roles in making this happen from day one, from the very first time that the words Citizens Assembly were uttered in this town. That was at a conference here, and Elizabeth Marino and Taha from the Laboratory for the American Conversation have made this thing exist, but they've also made it better by figuring out how to actually communicate what it is that we're trying to do and to bring a common set of terms to the fore. And also just let's also remember we've got the staff here too who ranged from the chef and the catering team to the facility staff who couldn't help it that the boiler was broken, by the way, to the AV staff, everyone who put this together is a big team. And now just to kind of bring it full circle, when I opened this thing up, I thanked you for your service in advance. There's one of my favorite quotes is Margaret Mead, who says, never forget that a small group of thoughtful people could change the world. Indeed, it's the only thing that ever has. That to me is at the heart of service. And I talked about my military service. My wife and I, between the two of us, have 45 years of military service. Both have a Bronze Star for action in Afghanistan. But I feel right now such a kinship with every single one of you for what you've brought to the table, what you've committed to, both here and hearing you talk about doing it in the future. And that is the only way that we can build community, that we can solve problems, that we can overcome some of the ill-spiritedness and rebuild a civic spirit and energy here in the community and across the country. And so thank you for your service, and I will be along your sides as we move forward in this, down the path over the next couple of months and as we build something new here in the community. Thanks.
All right, friends, we are here at the point of a printed final document. I believe we're still getting more printed copies of this, and while that's happening, the next step is to officially present this to the first recipients of this document, but not the last, the Central Oregon Youth Action Board, members of which who are here yet again, and if you could come up to the front, that would be fabulous. And to read the document out, there are quite a number of pages. And this is only, remember, the recommendations that got at least 75% support. The top recommendation got 95% agreement. Did I say that? Okay, all right. 95% agreement. It's time for a nap. I think it would make a lot of sense to read maybe just the headline and the text below it, perhaps, and not the rationales and implementation notes right now. Is that, see, I see nods that feel reasonable, okay? They'll have the document in front of them as well. And I think it maybe makes sense to divide this sort of page by page, a page for each different person to read. Who would like to read part of this document? Please put up your hand and I'll give you a page. Anybody else? Okay, all right. Go around the This may work out. I've got 2 more pages here. Who is on this side? 1 more. I could use 1 more. We have 1 more. Okay, it'll come back to you again, so we'll just have to remember the order there. All right, super. Oh, members, please have a seat if you would. And if you wanted to just start off by reintroducing yourselves, since there's some new visitors in the room, and say any of your thoughts about sort of, you've witnessed most of the days of this process, honestly, in one way or another, and a long time before it. Would you like to say anything?
I just want to say thank you for everyone putting in time and effort to actually come out here and hear our stories and really just ask questions and figure out a way to help us solve or like help us decrease youth homeless population. So thank you very much.
Hello, my name is Anthony Angel, and I am the Vice Chair of the Youth Action Board. And I've just witnessed a lot of the community coming together, being able to have those healthy conversations and not just sitting here arguing, getting nothing done, but actually being able to make changes for the community and for something that I'm passionate about and something that all 3 of us up here have lived. And I just want to thank all of you for coming out here and being a part of this.
Hi, my name is Kira. I'm the RSVP for the Youth Action Board. I'm just happy to see that people who are part of the community are actually putting in the work to see the community change. It's people who genuinely care, and it's not an argument. It's people want to see a collective change in the community. So I'm just happy to see this many people here.
All right, and now to start off the presentation of the key findings of this Civic Assembly, Alex.
All right, so I've got 3 recommendations. The first recommendation will be develop programs to help 18-year-olds transition out of the foster care system, teaching life skills, inform available resources, assist with funding, housing, incorporate trade/work options. Rationale, reduce likeliness of being homeless for 18-year-olds as they exit the system.
And Alex, I think let's not read the rationales of the implementation notes, I think was the agreement, because some of them are a bit long, but maybe also read the % agreement on each of these as well.
This one got 95% to agree. And then recommendation 2, improve foster care system. The foster care system needs to be improved. Community needs to provide more resources for those exiting the foster care system to access housing, jobs training, and education. And that one received 91%. Recommendation 3, a central hub that would have the following: a recreation center that would be run by Ben Parks and Rec, a safe place for at-risk teens. It there'd be designated space for programs and non-governmental organizations that would allow teens to access benefits in one central location. Would increase availability of resources and foster awareness and involvement within the community. Ben Parks and Rec has an extensive volunteer corps, and that would be a valuable resource to tap into. That one got 95%.
Yes. Woo! The one right there.
Number 4, at 91% agreement, schools to follow up on students intentionally who are protected under the McKinney-Vento Act. If the student is not present in school for 10 days, follow-up should be on a case-by-case basis. And at 86% agreement, recommendation number 5, childcare support for families with young children to help break the cycle of poverty, creating a co-op and utilizing COCC, RPA, and high school students who are studying early childhood education. Number 6, at 86% agreement, allow overrule to the 10-day drop rule, allow school staff to overrule the 10-day drop rule on a case-by-case basis. And number 7, 86% agreement, expand public transit in Deschutes County.
Recommendation 8 is provide permanent and dedicated funding to J, and that came in at 82% agreement. Recommendation 9 is use social media advertisements and posters in public spaces to increase public awareness of available services and indicate who to contact for more information, and that came in at 86%. Recommendation 10, redefine the Oregon Department of Human Services objective of reunification of families with the goal of incorporating the voice of the youth affected, and that 82% agree. Recommendation 11, allow Family Access Network advocates to give hotspots and/or internet access to families with students and to provide funding for this. 86% agree.
Recommendation 12, create another civic assembly in the future dedicated to the housing affordability crisis. The housing affordability crisis is the core of not only youth homelessness, but a host of other issues in the community. This feels like a rationale, sorry. And if not addressed, can render all other efforts moot. 82%. Recommendation 13, vocational schools and/or programs. Currently, there are very few, and they are hard to get into, or they are designated specifically for educated youth. 82%. Recommendation 14, provide education on homelessness and human trafficking, starting as early in the education process as school districts deem appropriate and feasible throughout Deschutes County. 86%. Recommendation 15, provide specified training for adults who interact with unhoused youth to help with identification of youth in need. This training would be focused on parents, school faculty, officers, Oregon Department of Human Services staff, and others. 82%.
Recommendation 16, prioritize funding for inpatient psychiatric care for minors. Deschutes County to prioritize funding and seek health care partners such as St. Charles and Mosaic Medical to provide local access to inpatient psychiatric care for minors, and that received 86%. Recommendation 17, education requirements in school districts to include mandatory financial literacy and critical thinking education courses. 82%. Recommendation 18, social media marketing, reaching caregivers, letting them know they can access resources without jeopardizing their families. 77%. And recommendation 19, give non-governmental organizations the ability to be flexible with how they spend their funds, flexibility in areas not directly related to housing, including personnel, non-personnel, and administration, with increased transparency, 77%.
So unfortunately, recommendation 20 is blank. Not sure there. Recommendation 21, reform local housing policy to serve local community members and foster sustainable growth for all. Examples, taxes on second or additional properties, tax on non-owner occupied properties, allow for the creation of tenants unions, promote rent-to-own programs, restructure incentives to serve residents over developers, and that was a 77% agreement. Recommendation 22, direct Deschutes County and the Coordinated Homeless Response Office to dedicate funding to partner with JBAR-J and other non-governmental organizations to educate the general public about youth homelessness and prevention, and that received a 77% agreement. And last but not least, recommendation 23, create a government mechanism / process / service that would allow the homeless to quickly get government identification and or birth certificate and or social security card. And that received a 77% agreement.
Thanks so much for that. I want to just open a little bit of time for you all to ask any questions of the Assembly. This is obviously a lot to look at right now, but any questions for the Assembly, or likewise, on the flip side, any questions among Assembly members for YAB members here? Steve.
I'd like to congratulate Anthony particularly. If he looks at recommendation 1, that's directly due to the testimony that you gave here today. So don't think that your speaking out doesn't influence other people. Congratulations.
No sweat. What's that? No, fair enough. That's absolutely fine. No expectation of questions. Just wanted to leave a moment for it if anybody had any. Ben.
I hope that all of you feel like you were heard, listened to, and understood. And I sincerely hope that what we delivered today reflects that we heard, listened to you, and understood, and cared to. I hope that we've made your efforts worth. I hope that we made you feel as though your efforts were worthwhile, that your experience was worthwhile, and what it took for you to dig deep, to keep pushing, to get to where you are now from where you started. I hope we did you proud.
Ben. Bill.
Again, for the trio up front, you all are way above average public speakers. I was really impressed with that, and I look forward to listening to a podcast.
Fantastic. I should say not just questions. Any other further comments from anyone? Colleen.
I think if I could have had one more thing added to this, it would have been to have you, one of you, at our small group tables every day, every time. But I think I probably speak for a lot of us when I say you were with us in spirit.
Max.
Not to immediately get negative, but do you think the volume of recommendations will have an effect on the implementation of them?
I think with deliberation, making sure we prioritize ones above others, making sure we know which ones to implement first, and having that discussion in the room will make it seem less broad and less stressful, I think. So we got this one step at a time.
Margaret.
What is the next step with this? What will be the next step that you will do with this information?
We're going to be bringing all of this back with plenty of notes to be taken. To the rest of our people who are in our room when we speak with our YAB, and I think that the deliberation just starts there and depends on what else is said in the room. We may be the spokespeople for representing the YAB, but there is still a few other people who are in the room and their voice matters, so we want to make sure we take that into consideration.
Any final thoughts or anything from anyone? All right, wonderful. Thanks so much for being here. Appreciate it very much. Well, we couldn't say goodbye without a bunch of housekeeping, so hang on to your hats for a moment. We've got a survey, as you might expect. Our friendly neighborhood researcher, Stephanie, has returned to Cal Poly Humboldt just about an hour ago, had to go catch a flight, and so has empowered other researchers and staff to hand this out. We will, however, not be looking at it as per usual. It will go immediately into a sealed envelope and be mailed to them in California, and we will get the anonymous feedback later on. But actually, before we do that, I have a couple of other announcements. Grace, I think, do we have anything from you? Okay, think about that for a second. Ansel, I know we have something from you.
Yeah, just really quick, I was remiss earlier in not thanking locally owned and operated Wahoo Films, Michelle and Zach. And I just want to let you guys all know that they're going to be just right outside that door. And we don't want to keep you much longer, but if you would like to just stop by and tell us in one word or a few words what this experience has meant to you for that camera, for the short documentary, we would welcome you all. So just letting you know that we're going to be right out there for you guys.
Thanks, Ansel. Appreciate that. Yeah, Grace, do you want to say anything about the stipends or anything else about that, reminders about any of that, or just looking at the notes here a little bit? No?
You can hand your reimbursement requests to me as you leave the room, or you can email them to me if you don't get a chance to do that. But my preference would be to get them from you today so that we don't lose track of it. And I will put checks into the mail. So I've talked to those of you who didn't get that first round, so I think we're all set. Anything else?
Okay, thanks much. I've got a quick announcement, which yesterday, many of you signed up for subcommittees of the Assembly, a public outreach one, a policy impact one, which we will help create after the Assembly here. It may take us a couple weeks, though. And a reminder, I think you have November 7th on your calendar as far as presentation of a similar kind of these top-line recommendations to the COIC, and we'll get you more details about that as well by email. By the way, if you haven't been receiving our emails, we sent a couple between the two Assembly weekends. If you can talk to Grace before you leave as well, that would be super, just so we know who you are and we can contact you another way and not assume that that's getting to you. And about the subcommittees, I was remiss yesterday in not mentioning, I mentioned that those subcommittees and the YAB may, if they are interested, choose to work together in future ways as you think about these recommendations moving forward and talking about the Assembly out in the community. But that is also just the same true for COCAP as well, and Josh. That those subcommittee, you're all welcome, of course, to contact anyone you'd like at any time, but yeah, Josh and COCAP are working on sort of a longer-term effort to build awareness of this kind of thing here. So particularly that outreach subcommittee will probably have quite a bit of contact with them. With that, anything else from anyone here? Go team! I want to say a personal thank you very, very much. This has been an absolute joy and pleasure, and I'm not going to say too much because I will cry, but I hope you'll say goodbye as you leave, and we see each other again soon.